The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Darion Maynard. He is an Eagle Scout from Daphne and is a member of Mobile Area Council.
Gracious and loving God, thank you for this day and for the privilege of us gathering here. We ask for your guidance upon each member of the Alabama House of Representatives. May they be filled with wisdom, discernment, and the spirit of service as they work to make decisions that impact the people of this great state. Grant them hearts of compassion, ears to listen, and minds to seek the common good. Help them work together in unity, with integrity and deep commitment to justice. Bless this body with strength and grace as they carry out their duties. And may your peace be upon all who serve. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. Members today pledge allegiance will be led by Andrew Smitherman. He is a Star Scout from Mountain Brook and is a member of the Greater Alabama Council.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Givens, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Holt Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stothagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"59 members of answer roll. A quorum is present, and the House is ready to transact business. Before we get started, I'd like to recognize in the gallery some guests we have with us today. Alabama, Florida Councilors of the Boy Scouts of America. Thank you for being with us. Also, we have the Black Warrior Council from Tuscaloosa, the Chattahoochee Council from Columbus, Georgia, that serves Chambers, Lee, and Russell counties, Greater Alabama Council in Birmingham, Mobile Area Council in Mobile, and the Tacubachy Area Council in Montgomery. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern, for special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As National Scouting Honor today, I'd like to just take a moment to recognize fellow Eagle Scouts we have and members. As I call your name, if you'd please stand for recognition. Representative Napoleon Bracy, Representative Steve Klaus, Representative Ed Oliver, Representative Parker Moore, Representative Jim Hill, Representative Alan Baker, Representative Jerry Starnes. Each of those achieved the rank of Eagle Scout, and those involved in scouting know that quite the journey it takes to get to that level where everything is a step on top of a step, which is a growth of not only skills of in the woods and skills of survival or skills on team building, but just skills of work ethic, which is to me to be the superpower of the next workforce generation. And that work ethic is instilled. The basic principles of scouting is something I carry on into my firefighting career, and each of these members I'm sure have carried on, which led us eventually to be in this chamber. So just want to commend each of those for obtaining that rank of Eagle Scout. And as part of our recognition today for celebrating our scouting and everything that it does for our state, I'd like to suspend the rules for HJR.
Chairman Lovern, those gentlemen that you called out, if they're in chamber, I'd like for them to come down front while we read this resolution. I've got the names of, you got Napoleon Bracy, Chairman Klaus, Chairman Oliver, Parker Moore, Chairman Hill, Alan Baker, and Jerry Starnes. Let's give them a big hand again. Thank you guys for your leadership. Ed Oliver's coming in. Ed, come down here and stand in the front with these gentlemen.
Come on, Jerry.
Ms. Clerk, let's read the resolution, please.
Whereas, with great pride and special pleasure, this body commends the Scouting America Councils that serve Alabama for their leadership and dedication to preparing young people for adulthood and responsible citizenship. Alabama Florida Council, Black Warrior Council, Chattahoochee Council, Greater Alabama Council, Mobile Area Council, and Tuckabashie Council. And whereas membership in Cub Scouting, Scouts BSA, venturing, and career exploring is growing across Alabama, now representative of 15,803 Scouts. And whereas in 2024, 352 young men and women achieved the rank of Eagle Scout from all of the Alabama-based Scout BSA troops. These youths represent Scouting's best and will be well equipped to serve and provide leadership to our state and the nation. The Eagle Scout Leadership Project and service hours provided by troops and individual scouts represents thousands of hours each year, benefiting their hometown, local churches, hunger relief missions, and other nonprofit organizations. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that April 8th, 2025 is recognized as Scouting America Day in Alabama. And this resolution is offered to the 6 councils that serve the state of Alabama in highest esteem and with best wishes for continued growth and success.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Thank you guys for your leadership and your service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for taking this time recognizing the impact that scouting has today, in not only our communities, but each of yours. So thank you.
The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, our request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 18th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 18th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, settle down because I've got a bunch of announcements. You ready? Pick up your bills from LSA. They are up here. If you have a bill, please go up there and pick one up. The outline form for your statement of economic interest must be completed and filed with the Ethics Commission no later than April 30th. Tonight, Electric Cities of Alabama and Alabama Public Utilities Alliance has a reception from 4 to 5:30 at the RS8 Plaza across the street. The Women's Foundation of Alabama, Capitol Hill's a legislative reception from 5 to 7 at Central. It's a room located above Central Restaurant. The Alabama Association of Regional Planning Commissions has a reception from 5 to 7 at the RSA Plaza. The Alabama Cattlemen's Association Cattle Drive at the Cattlemen's at 5:30 at their office on Bainbridge Street. The Alabama Rural Electric Cooperative legislative reception is from 6 to 8 at the Renaissance Ballroom Saloon B. For tomorrow, the Alzheimer Association Alabama Advocacy Day will be from 9 a.m. here in the State House on the 6th floor. And the Alabama, y'all want to listen to this, tomorrow night, the Alabama Beverage Association reception is from 5 to 7 at the Archives Building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're further recognized.
I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his paperwork, and we reconvene on Wednesday, April the 9th at 4 p.m. Wednesday.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. The motion prevails. Clerk has now received reports. Standing committees will receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 180 by Representative Marcus, celebrating the 75th anniversary of Yancey Parker's. House Joint Resolution number 187 by Representative Underwood, recognizing the Bay Frog Open and retired Navy SEAL Lieutenant Commander Richard Clifford for their dedication to the United States Special Forces. Senate Joint Resolution number 40 by Senator Jones, commending Taiwan for its relations with the United States and the state of Alabama. Senate Joint Resolution number 49 by Senator Coleman Madison, celebrating the 111th anniversary of St. Stanislaus Catholic Church. Senate Joint Resolution number 51 by Senator Barfoot, commending the Trinity Presbyterian varsity girls basketball team for winning the 2025 Alabama High School Athletic Association Class 4A Girls Basketball State Championship.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 81 by Representative Gray, establishing the Alabama Quantum Evaluation Task Force.
Representative Gray, I understand we have an amendment on this bill. You care to explain your amendment to us, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just adds someone to the task force, is insert line 37 and it adds the state superintendent of education, his or he designee.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what exactly is the Alabama Quantum Evaluation Task Force?
Yeah, so quantum computing. So you have AI and then you have quantum computing. And so quantum is an extension of AI. So if you think of AI as machine learning and things of that nature, quantum actually solves solutions to problems. So if you look at health outcomes, you look at weather patterns and things of that nature, quantum was like the next thing, right? So it's a part of AI, but it enhances AI.
So AI is that little machine or whatever answers me when I call and
Yeah.
ask I want something.
Yeah.
So what would quantum do to evaluate or make that better?
So say if you had a equation that couldn't be solved by anyone, quantum could solve that.
So quantum would solve it.
Yeah.
Now, what's the purpose?
To create a task force to actually look at a 10-year plan of how we can incorporate quantum computing in K through 12, post-secondary, and then the supply chain, agriculture, and every facet of Alabama.
So it's going to be both education. When we're looking at the budget, if we're looking, I'm just thinking of the budget. So if we're looking at the budget, so it's both education, or it could be on the general fund side as well. That means it's going to evaluate those different divisions and determine, and what's the length of time?
It's going to be at the end of this quadrennium. Yeah.
So the report would be in 26?
Yes, ma'am.
And the makeup, because I didn't have a copy, the makeup. Thank you. All right. I think I may be clear on what we're doing and the purpose. You know, we just passed a bill in the House dealing with teaching children,
Yeah, this is gonna help.
Computer
This is gonna help
science.
with that. Yeah,
and
Yeah.
you see this as enhancing
Yeah.
what we did
Yeah.
with that particular thing. Well, it looks like we may be ahead of ourselves.
we will be like the fourth state.
Yeah, but
Actually,
I'm
yeah.
saying, looks like we may be ahead of ourselves. Look like we would have done the task force and then come
yeah.
with so you would be able to help to determine
Yeah.
what that process would be like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is the adoption of the amendment. The gentleman has explained. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment is adopted.
Move for adoption as amended.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Mr. Chairman.
House Joint Resolution number 185 by Representative Paramore, naming a portion of U.S. Highway 231 in Pike County, the James T. Ramage III Highway.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 186 by Representative Pascal, proclaiming April 18th, 2025 as Two Lights for Tomorrow Day.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 50 by Senator Stewart, recognizing April as Second Chance Month in the state of Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
Special order.
House Resolution number 204 by the House Rules Committee, the Special Order Calendar.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. It is adopted. Clerk, call the first bill on special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 462 with substitute by Representative Morris relating to the Alabama Department of Public Health.
Representative Morris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 462, under existing law, many examining and licensing boards that regulate professions in the state of Alabama accept experience, training, and education gained by an individual doing military service as credit toward occupational or professional qualification requirements. All this bill is doing is letting our military be able to use the credentials that they have acquired within while serving in the armed forces. With that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BR.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Representative Morris, I rise to, of course, support the bill, number one.
Thank you.
For bringing this piece of legislation, but I almost rose just for this one instance. I had a bill a few weeks ago, and you came up here and you obliterated me.
That was about 2 weeks ago.
It was about was it 2 weeks or 3
Yeah,
weeks?
about 2 weeks
About
ago.
2 weeks ago. But I ain't gonna do you like that. And you know I'm one of the best in the business at doing that. But
I appreciate that.
But I held my ground. But I just want you to know the next time that I have any piece of legislation that you have an issue with, and especially because you are my good seatmate who takes good care of me. And the only reason I'm going to let it slide is because you are my good seatmate, and you have taken care of me for a very long time. But I wanted to come up here and just simply say to you that I support your legislation. But even if I had a problem with it, I would have done it over there at our address, right across the way. But prayerfully, the bill will get out. Whatever we can do to support our veterans, we do support them. And again, I commend you on your efforts. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity.
Sure,
Thank
thanks,
you, ma'am.
lady.
Thank
Question for
you,
the
ma'am.
body now is the adoption of the BRR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BR has been adopted. Representative Morris.
We have a sub, and in the sub, we just cleaned up some languages, as like to or are. Wasn't no major changes.
Okay, you heard the explanation of the committee sub is to clean up some language. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. While she's making her way down here, we got some guests in the gallery, Alabama River Alliance from all over the state of Alabama, and they are the guests of Representative Rafferty. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you guys for being with us today. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
These my seatmates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative,
Yes, ma'am.
it seems as this, with this bill, we're qualifying military people for emergency training.
Yes, but it's just allowing the people who served, if they already taken the courses while they are in the military, for those credits to actually count towards them taking the exam.
Yeah, because I know a couple years ago, a situation happened in Birmingham where we had some service-trained people that could manage our computer system at the Birmingham School Board, and we had some people within the board that did not want to accept the credits from military training. Then President Biden issued an order that if people had their training for whatever career in the military, then when they come home, those credits need to be accepted. So I appreciate this bill because it's needed now. When we see so many of our military people who have served us, put their life on the line, and they're being fired from federal service, and we always go up to them and say, thank you for your service, and now we're telling them that they are fired. So I believe that this is needed in a time like this, when we've got so many of our federal employees who are militarily trained, who are losing their federal jobs out of just lack of knowledge or misinformation. Those very same people that did 3 years or more in the military, some of them 15, 20 years, and now they're embarking on their second phase of their life by working in private sector, working for local, county, or state government. So I appreciate you bringing this, because some of those very same people who have been fired and work in the state of Alabama, they are going to need a job, and they could use those credits from the training that they received in the military now to pursue an occupation in various state, county, and local government because of it. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Representative Morris.
Call for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 462 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 396 by Representative Pascal relating to taxation.
Representative Pascal, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Members, House Bill 396 is one of the 14 bills that's included into the military package for this year. HB 396 provides support to our veterans that has a 100% service-connected disability by empowering them to purchase homes by removing the property tax from their debt-to-income ratio. With that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. Representative Moore, before you get started, I'd like to recognize somebody in the gallery. We have Staff Sergeant Ross Scott from Hare Hope, and Air Force veteran. And my understanding is instrumental in bringing the needs of HB 396 to our attention. And the guest of Fiddler, Hope, Jones, Givens, Simpson, Baker, Stringer, and Easterbrook. Thank you for being with us today. Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, here we're doing tax exemptions for our veterans and allowing, when they purchase a home, that, I notice usually we have this formula that we go through to determine whether a person can afford a home or not. And we're saying that calculation won't be used when it comes to a veteran and determining whether they can afford that home or be able to make the payment?
No, what we're doing currently, Alabama state law exempts a veteran from paying property taxes if they're 100% disabled. However, with the current process, although they're exempt from paying property taxes, they still include the property taxes in your debt-to-income ratio that you're not paying.
And you're exempting them. I did mortgages.
What's that?
I did mortgages.
Yes,
So it
ma'am.
seemed like you were exempting them from that formula. But this is what I want to say. And I like that you're carrying this bill like I like the representative previous from paying for the bill that she had. Because in these United States of America, our veterans need all the help they could get.
Yeah.
And I'm glad on a state level, we see that. When these veterans volunteer to go to the military, whatever branch, and are willing to put their lives on the line in order to protect us from whatever might come up, other people invading this country, and to make sure that other areas in the world are peaceful. I'm glad we do that because now we find ourselves on a national level where many of our veterans that work for the VA, Social Security, and other departments within the federal government are being terminated after they put their life on the line and they've served many years in the military protecting us and making sure that we can have freedom as far as our life and pursuit of happiness, that on a federal level we will take their homes from them, because once you fire a person and they don't have the income in order to maintain for their family, they end up homeless and a lot of other situations follow. So in the vein of the state doing something to help them to be able to have productive lives and provide home ownership for their families, I appreciate you doing that, and that it shows that we're not only saying thank you for your service, but you're fired. We're saying thank you for your service, and here's a helping hand, and I appreciate you doing that.
All right, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I call for final passage.
That is questions final passage of HB 396. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 396 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Thanks,
members.
gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 91 by Senator Kelly relating to military installations.
Representative Starnes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, SB 91 is part of our military package of bills and focuses on regulating construction near military installations, mainly Fort Neversell and formerly known as Fort Rucker. The bill revises the definition of a military installation to include any base, camp, post, station, airfield, yard, or center under the jurisdiction of the United States Department of Defense, provided the installation containing at least 500 acres. It mandates that individuals or entities must obtain local government approval before the constructing tall structures within a specified distance, which is 2 miles. A tall structure is defined as any building or unit exceeding 200 feet. Local governments are authorized to seek injunctions against constructions that violate these regulations. Certain structures as wind energy facilities and minor vertical projections, including chimneys, flagpoles, are exempt from the definition of a tall structure. The bill is needed to ensure the local development does not adversely impact military operations and assure proper security of military installations. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it was difficult for me to hear everything that you were saying. So tell me exactly what we're doing, or how do we get to this point?
Fort Neversell basically wants military operations to be safe. So with tall structures within 2 miles of the airfield, because there's different pockets of airfields on Fort Neversell. So any tall structures that's 200 feet above, they just want to prevent those from being
Who is they?
Fort Neversell, the Army, United States Army.
The U.S. Army. So
Yes,
they're asking all states to pass this bill? This is
Well, this for Fort Neversell. For Fort Rucker, because that's where the training for helicopters is located.
Oh, okay. So for Fort Rucker,
Yes, ma'am.
this is being put in place.
Yes.
But it says that the local officials are not aware of this. I'm just trying to figure out why we need a bill if it's based on the area where you are. That's all I'm looking for. What is it that calls us is necessary that we have to have a bill? Is it the federal government is saying in order to abide by this, this must be put into law?
Well, currently we have it for the county, for the municipalities to regulate this, but they want to include the county, so we just said local government.
I see. Presently, you're saying, we already, municipalities are included in the state law
Yes, ma'am.
for this, and this is now including
The counties. Yes, ma'am.
I guess I missed that part. And including the counties, it says, then it indicates that a person may not commence the construction of a tall structure within 2 miles. It doesn't say the county or the city.
It just says local government now.
Wait a minute. Unless the person has obtained approval from the local body. So they can do it, but if they're going to do it, then they must have had some communication with that city or that county.
Right, yes, ma'am. So whatever municipality or county is touching that location within 2 miles of airfield, they have to apply to FAA and to the local government.
And the way I read this is that the local government then can bring charges against that particular entity that has gone.
Well, just to stop construction. If it's, they just want to keep military operations safe.
I understand. I want them to be safe as well.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. All right. I think that gets it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. While she's making her way down here, we got 2 former members on the floor, Mr. K.L. Brown and Becky Norton. It's good to have you back in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buildings that already might are tall and would be outside of this range, those buildings, if they exist now, are going to be grandfathered in?
I don't
Because
think
it
there-
seems like this is future construction.
Right, yes, ma'am. It's more of future.
Yeah, and I guess this is my concern. If it's not written in the bill, that those bills that currently exist, I would not want a zoning department somewhere misinterpret this legislation. To give you an example, I know in my district, somebody might have built a garage onto their house,
Yes, ma'am.
but for that particular area, it was against the zoning code. But they have it built there, so the city comes and make them remove it. I wouldn't want somebody that misinterpret this bill and come back and say you got to remove a floor or two. And you know, we have to be specific in certain situations, because you always come up with a zealous employee that want to overreach on things and will come back and try to punish a person if they build and exceed the height that is already mentioned in this bill for training.
Right, yes, ma'am. This is for applications, they have to.
I
send
know
it to
this is
a
for
local
future
government.
construction,
Right, yes, ma'am.
but I'm saying that I don't see anywhere where it would grandfather and protect buildings that are currently beyond the height that this bill say a building can be.
Right, yes, ma'am. I would just say that this is for future buildings, and it doesn't address anything.
It doesn't, but in this society that we live in, we always got somebody working in the zoning department that say, well, it doesn't say I can't make you take those top 2 floors off. So you need to remove those top 2 floors and come in compliance.
Right.
So sometimes we have to be proactive and go ahead and put it in somewhere so we don't have a person like that, Mr. Klaus, the great Mr. Klaus.
So I've just been informed that there's no issues with that.
At this point, and as
Right.
I say, in the future, you can always have that zealous person that's coming and trying to be above everybody else in the zoning department. And when they read this, they say, oh, but you got 2 floors too many. Sometimes we have to be more specific for the future, where someone might come in and misinterpret it. That's all I'm saying. And maybe at some point, we need to come back and clarify that. And at the same time, you know, I have my speech about our military people that we're providing for, yet they're losing their jobs if they work for a federal installation. So I want us to have that same concern for them at that point in time. But if this bill it is a Senate bill, so now we don't have the time to amend it, because it'll have to go back, and the possibilities of it going back up there and coming back down here probably slim to none. So I just like to mention that, and you know, and somewhere in the future when we have that person that misinterprets it, we'll be prepared to say, well, that's for all future construction and not in all other buildings that might exceed that height now that's around military training facility would have to be grandfathered in. And I guess in practice we could do that.
Right. Well, I appreciate your support on this bill.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this bill, I'm actually shocked that this isn't already law, because, you know, common sense is the high ground. From a strategic standpoint, you want to have the high ground. So all we're doing is just making sure from a safety standpoint that our men and women that are in the military have the high ground always around their military bases, right?
That's correct, and we just want to keep military operations safe.
That's right. And I from a safety standpoint, this is a great thing to do from a logistics standpoint. It just makes sense. I mean, you don't allow your enemy to take the high ground. We don't know who's in that building. We've seen it particularly overseas, that buildings that are higher than the base next to it become places for snipers, places to rain down on the troops. It's not a good idea. So I 100% support this legislation. Well, thank you for bringing it.
Thank you for your support.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Starnes.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of
That is
SB
question
91.
is final passage of SB 91. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 91 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 61 by Senator Hatcher relating to the Alabama Board of Examiners in Psychology.
Representative Gidley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body, this is the Military Veterans Bill, part of the compact that we passed through this House a few weeks ago, creating the compact for the school psychologist, and it's the exact same bill we passed through the House a few weeks ago. On that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the BIR.
That's questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 61 by Representative Gidley.
Representative Gidley, you care to explain your amendment, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body, this amendment only changes the wording in one place in this bill. On line 652, instead of saying in a court of competent jurisdiction, including but not limited to, what the principal office is, it simply strikes the words including but not limited to. That's the entirety of the amendment.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Representative?
Mr. Speaker, no other questions. I'll call for final passage.
That is the question. It's final passage of SB 61. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 61 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members of the House.
Thanks, the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 179 by Senator Gavan relating to military punishment.
Representative Almond, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. This is SB 179. It is one of the package of military bills. It is the same as HB 295 that we've already passed out of this chamber a couple weeks ago. And this simply amends the Code of Military Justice slightly from what we did last year, allowing a commanding officer to discipline a subordinate for minor offenses and to be able to avoid court-martial. Unless there are questions, I ask for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Almond.
Call for final passage.
That is question final passage of SB 179. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 179 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you for the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 181 with substitute by Senator Kelly relating to respiratory therapists.
Representative Hassel, you're recognized.
This is SB 181. It's just similar to HB 336, which we passed. But we do have a sub that well, this bill, I say this, it's an interstate compact for respiratory care professionals allowing for more licensure and practice across state lines, and also outlining the governance and enforcement mechanisms to ensure the compact effective operation. I'd like to pass the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote.
Now, we have a substitute on this bill, and the substitute.
Okay, let's get a BIR here first, and then we'll come back to the substitute, okay? Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Now, Representative Hassel, you care to explain your substitute, please?
Is to allow licensed respiratory therapists to practice among compact states to establish requirements and obligations to participation in the compact, to provide for disciplinary action and joint investigation procedures to establish and provide for the operation of the respiratory care in the state. The Compact Commission, and to provide for the management, implementation, and enforcement of the compact amongst member states. I ask for passage of the sub.
Carried. The explanation of the sub. Ms. Moore, you want to talk on the sub? Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore, speaking on the sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative,
Yes.
what's the difference and where were the differences in the sub? Because I have a copy of your original bill and the sub.
Yeah.
And I was looking in the sub where it might have a situation where something is taken out and something is added. But I can't see that in this sub. So what is the difference between the two bills?
I think in this sub, and what I'm looking at, I got it this morning, it's the investigation procedures to establish and provide for the operation of the respiratory care in the state. So if you go to on the original one.
On the original one.
I think it's on the last page. If we go to
Not the last page, somewhere else.
what page? It's page
What line
38,
number?
39, page 38 and 39.
Okay.
When it says except as
What line is this?
This is line 1067. Or we
Okay, it's okay.
1058 all the way to 1067. Well, you know, G6.
Start at
start at
1058. Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at the difference.
Yeah,
What are
yeah,
the differences?
Is it any differences?
Yeah. What's
it's-
the differences?
Well, the differences is the
Because
process.
this the original bill here.
Yeah, this the original, but in the
This is
substitute.
the sub right here. So
That's
show
right.
me the difference. Okay.
Now,
I ain't
let
gonna
me say
do it like
this.
that.
Let me say this. So I got the sub today.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm showing is the major difference in the sub and with the original bill is the process of the judicial part of the process of how they're going to do the compact with the military.
Okay.
That's the major. Now,
So this
we
is a
can,
military bill too.
yes.
And I know you'll support me in my statements I have to make that we thank our military people for their services, but on a federal level, seem how for some reason, in every department where they're downsizing, the military people are the first ones that they're sending home. So it's got to be something, we have to address that, and we have to keep it in the forefront of the public, that we can't continue to say thank you for your service, but now we're going to take away your livelihood and the work that you're doing, and we'll send you home first. And I just want the public to know that's my goal is to explain how we're trying to provide for the military people on one hand, but once they leave the service and get a job within government, we don't hesitate to fire them first instead of last. But we always thank them for their service. But I just wanted to make that point because I didn't see that mentioned to see how it would benefit them in the bill to show the change. Because usually what they do in the sub, if they adding something or subtracting something, we could tell it because either they're going to strike it out or we'll see a different color ink to show that this is the difference between the original bill and the sub, and I didn't see that when I looked in it. That's why I was asking the question.
Okay.
So I can make sure I know where the differences came out. But you did a good job explaining it, and that gives me an opportunity to speak to what's happening to our military across this country after they leave.
I understand.
And, I appreciate you.
All right. Ask passage of the sub.
That is question of the body. Is passage of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. SB, the substitute, has been adopted. Representative Hassel.
I'll ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 181 has passed as substituted.
I'd like to thank the speaker in the body.
Thank the gentleman. We have some guests in the gallery. I'd like to recognize the Baldwin County farmers of Baldwin County are the guests of the Baldwin County delegation. Fiddler, Givens, Holt, Jones, Simpson, Baker, Stringer, and Easterbrook. Thank you guys for being with us. Also with the Scouts and Military Day appreciation from Wallsburg, Christina Norris Davis, the guest of Marjorie Wilcox. Thank you for being with us too. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
I move we stand in recess for military appreciation joint session that we reconvene upon adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are in recess.
This joint session of the Alabama Legislature will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Mr. Willie Rogers. Mr. Rogers.
Please bow for prayer. Heavenly Father, glory be to your name. We come before you today with grateful hearts, lifting up our brave veterans in prayer. Thank you for this day of appreciation for our veterans, veterans that have fought and those that fight today to preserve our freedoms as we know it. We acknowledge the sacrifices that the men and women of our armed services have made and continue to make for our freedom and the protection that they have provided for our nation. We humbly ask that your divine protection to surround them both in times of battle, in times of service, and in their everyday lives. Our Father, I also ask that you not forget the family members that remain behind, carrying on the important mission of everyday life, maintaining the family while they serve and protect. Let no one feel forgotten or neglected. Let every man and woman, young or old, especially those who may be serving in harm's way right now, feel the deep and enduring gratitude of our state and nation. Amen.
The national anthem will be sung by Mr. Scott Blake.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ms. Presley Skelton.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, everyone can be seated, and I'd like to introduce our first speaker, House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter.
Let me say it's an honor to have some of America's true heroes with us today. We live in an extraordinary country, one where freedom, liberty, and justice is a hallmark of our way of life. And our military isn't the cornerstone of our country, it's the foundation that holds it up. When you look back at every conflict and crisis in America has emerged intact, from since the nation's founding, it was because of those who wore the uniforms and that was answered to the call. The soldiers who stormed the beaches on D-Day and liberated Europe, the heroes who fought communism in Korea and Vietnam, and the patriots who defended our country after 9/11 and served during the global war on terrorism. These men and women represent the best among us. America owes them true debt we will never be able to repay. As a proud Alabamian, I take great pride in the role our state plays in defending our country. Some of America's most vital military bases, from the home of the Army Aviation and Fort Novosel to Huntsville's Redstone Arsenal, are right here in the great state of Alabama. Alabama is a state of patriots. We stand behind our active duty military veterans and their families. In the state legislature, we are committed to ensuring Alabama remains the most military and veteran-friendly state in America. Thank you. God bless Alabama and the United States of America, and thank you for our servicemen and women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, I'd like to introduce the Senate Pro Tem Garland Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is with great honor to participate as the Alabama legislature recognizes our military and shows our appreciation for the members of our armed forces. Whether they are active military, reserves forces, or members of our National Guard, the men and women who set themselves apart by wearing our country's uniform deserves respect, administration, and the deepest gratitude. It is important that we all remember what I'll call the home front forces as well, the husbands and the wives and the sons and the daughters of our military service members. The sacrifices they make and the disruptions they endure when loved ones are deployed or when they must relocate for new, faraway assignments are proof positive that they too serve our country in their own way. Because we appreciate all of these sacrifices, this legislature has worked hard to repay our debts to those who defend us. In order to support our active military members and veterans over the past several years, I believe Alabama has passed more laws and made more investments than any other state in the nation. I know that I join millions of deeply patriotic, flag-waving Alabamians across this state in thanking God above for all of those who answer the call for this duty and stand tall every day in the United States of America. While Alabama's state motto has long been, "We dare defend our rights," all of us gathered here to honor our military understand that they dare defend our rights whenever called to service. And we are thankful for your courage, for your duty, and for your devotion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Next, I'd like to recognize Representative Ed Oliver, Chairman of the Alabama House Military and Veteran Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon. This is one of those things I never in my life did I foresee me standing here addressing such an audience as this. Distinguished members of the legislature, honored guests, and most importantly, our military personnel, welcome. Today, we gather not just to acknowledge, but to deeply honor all those who have chosen to wear the uniform. We appreciate your unwavering service, your sacrifice, and your dedication. And we appreciate the fact that you're here to defend our nation and our state. Alabama has a rich history of military tradition, and we are proud to stand here today to express our profound gratitude for your service and your leadership. Our mission is to make Alabama the best state for the military to call home. Thanks to the House, and I'm real proud of the committee that I serve on, which is Military and Veterans Affairs, both House and Senate. I'm real proud of the work that we have done to try to make Alabama the best state for military veterans, for our active component, and for anybody that works with the military, and just as important is for their families. I'd like to thank all the members of the committees, of course. Thanks to Lieutenant Governor Ainsworth and the Military Stability Commission, and thanks to the leadership and members of both houses for passing legislation that truly does make Alabama the most military-friendly state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Oliver. Next, Senator Andrew Jones, Chairman of the Alabama Senate Veterans, Military Affairs, and Public Safety Committee. Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I just want to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation for all those who have served here. In Alabama, we want to have your back while you wear the uniform and after you take it off. And I think we've been doing that and trying to do our best to support both fronts, the active military and our veterans. Through the work of a lot of folks, including our Lieutenant Governor and the Military Stability Commission, I think now we're considered the best state in the nation for military spouse license reciprocity. On the other side, on the veteran side, we're considered the number 2 state for veterans to retire in. We want to become number 1 if we can do it. I'm very excited about some of the progress we've made by shining a spotlight on veterans' mental health. And a number of people in this room are involved in that and helping lead the charge on that through our Veterans Mental Health Steering Committee, through our accountability courts legislation that is pending this session, and also through things like our Veterans Resource Center, which has passed the legislature and been signed into law by Governor Ivey. And I want to recognize, I know you're going to hear from him in a second, but I have a deep appreciation for our new commissioner, Jeff Newton, who's over here, who has taken the helm at the Department of Veterans Affairs, and we're excited to work with you, Jeff, and your role over there, General. So basically, I think my message to our military and veterans is whatever we can do to help you, let us know as a state, as a legislature. I speak for my counterpart, chairman here of the Veterans and Military Committee. We want to do whatever we can to have your back. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jones. Next is Major General David Pritchett, Adjutant General of the Alabama National Guard.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all being here, and thank you for the invitation to speak. I'm excited to be here to speak briefly about your Alabama National Guard. And if I was giving a State of the Guard address tonight, I would start with, the state of your National Guard of Alabama is strong. Lieutenant Governor Ainsworth, Speaker Ledbetter, Senator Pro Tem Gudger, Representative Oliver, Senator Jones, and the entire Alabama legislature. Thank you for your support in making Alabama a military-friendly state. I'm also very grateful to serve with our great partners represented here from U.S. Army Materials Command, the U.S. Army Aviation Center of Excellence, the Maneuver Center of Excellence, and Fort Benning and Maxwell Air Force Base, and to Brigadier General retired Jeff Newton, Commissioner Jeff Newton. Welcome to the team. When we outlined our priorities for the Alabama National Guard last year, we started with priority number 1, which is our people. Our people include not just our soldiers, our airmen in uniform, but all of the families, along with our civilians, our civilian workforce, and their families too. So we're grateful for what the Military Stability Foundation is doing, along with this great body assembled here today, to help all of us. Quickly, you don't have to look very far to see the great men and women of the Alabama National Guard. That includes Staff Sergeant Kurt Fennell, who won the nation's Best Warrior Contest and NCO of the Year this past August. Or how about Specialist Campos, a rifleman from the 167th Infantry, who won the Jiu-Jitsu World Championship in Greece this past November. Or maybe First Lieutenant Allison Miller, who completed Fort Benning's grueling Ranger School this past fall. One of the few handfuls of females that have been able to successfully navigate that school. The list goes on and on. Our second priority is readiness. And you can't be ready or be a ready force without filling all of your vacancies. I don't know if you know this or not, but the Alabama Army National Guard has been one of the most successful states over the past several years when it comes to recruiting. When most of the branches were struggling, your Alabama National Guard was recruiting in record numbers. This positions us well for the future as the Army and the Army National Guard will look to rebalance our force structure to areas that are successfully filling their ranks. Look, that's not all. Alabama is also routinely leading the country in medical readiness when compared to other states. If your soldiers and your airmen aren't physically and medically fit, they can't deploy. Our third priority is modernization. I've changed it to transformation to be in line with General George. And if you attended any of our larger sporting events over the past years, such as maybe one of the Talladega races, or I'm an Auburn guy, Jordan Hare, could be Bryant Denny, yeah, War Eagle. You've likely seen and heard the sounds of freedom of our F-35s that proudly carry the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen with those beautiful red tails. To date, we have received 13 of our 20 airframes, and 10 of those aircraft will deploy to Reefer Pack, a major Indo-PACOM exercise where we will focus on our peer adversary, China, in the coming weeks. And we are one of 5 bases that are competing for those next basing decisions for the KC-46 for our 117th Air Refueling Wing in Birmingham. But you know, we can't do this alone, and that's why our fourth priority is our partnerships. So for the governor, Lieutenant Governor Ainsworth, and as previously mentioned, your Military Stability Foundation and all of our federal, state, and local partners, and again, this legislative body assembled here today, we thank you for all of your support, not just your National Guard, but collectively to all of our military, as we continue to train and prepare our soldiers, airmen, civilians for great power competition and large-scale operations. We need your support more than ever. And our hope and prayer is our forces are that deterrence necessary to prevent that next war in the future. But regardless, our pledge to you is we will always be ready and we will always be there. Whether we're needed here in Alabama or if necessary to deploy across the world to fight and win our nation's wars. We are so grateful for your support. May God continue to bless our great country and the great state of Alabama. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Major General Kevin Meisler, Chief of Staff, U.S. Army Material Command, Redstone Arsenal.
All right, good afternoon. So on behalf of Redstone Arsenal Senior Commander, Lieutenant General Christopher Mohan, and the entire Redstone Arsenal workforce, it's my honor to be here today. I also want to thank Governor Ivey, Lieutenant Governor Ainsworth, and all the distinguished members of the Alabama Senate and House of Representatives for hosting us here today and honoring all of our service members, veterans, and their families. I am Major General Kevin Meisler, and I am the Chief of Staff for Army Materiel Command. My wife and I were fortunate to move to Alabama last year, and I'll tell you, the first thing we noticed was the outstanding support this state has for Redstone Arsenal and the entire military. I've never, ever been somewhere with such a strong relationship between the installation and the community. Redstone Arsenal is home to some of the nation's brightest minds. With a workforce of 45,000 men and women representing more than 65 different tenant organizations in federal multiple agencies, including NASA, the Department of Defense, and the Department of Justice, to include the FBI and ATF. The organizations there provide critical services across 4 core competencies: logistics, space operations and missile defense, research, development, test, and evaluation, and intelligence and homeland defense. Around the Department of Defense, Redstone Arsenal is known as one of the best Army installations to live and work on. But we know the Arsenal is much more than that. It's a federal center of excellence, making a difference in the future, security, and defense of our nation. Our economic impact on Alabama is staggering. A $36.2 billion, that's with a capital B, dollars. Not only that, we also account for 58% of the gross regional product for the Tennessee Valley and over 90,000 military, government, and contractor positions in the region. We truly pride ourselves in being the economic engine for North Alabama. More so, the work done on the Arsenal is impactful, reaching across the globe and supporting some of our nation's top priorities. From rocket scientists to budget analysts, to logisticians, to flight test operators. The members of Team Redstone workforce come to work each day committed to keeping our nation the greatest in the world. I'm able to say all this because I love my job. I get to go to work every day and contribute to the future of our nation and the defense and security. And I know my counterparts in the audience feel the same sense of pride in their installation and the contributions of their workforces. So I'm going to invite you all to come out for yourself and see what we do at Redstone. Come visit us and see firsthand the amazing things the people of Alabama accomplish. It's the perfect time because we're gearing up to celebrate our Army's 250th birthday. For more than 250 years, our soldiers have stood on the front lines defending the freedoms we hold dear. And Alabama has continued to demonstrate that you acknowledge and appreciate and support our men and women in uniform. We're planning a great party Saturday, June 7th, and you won't want to miss it. So we will have the Golden Knights, our Army's premier parachute demonstration team, fireworks, and live music. So please make sure you save that date and come on up. So again, thank you for all for being part of this journey. Together, we will continue to make Redstone Arsenal a beacon of excellence and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Brigadier General Ken Cole, Deputy Commanding General, U.S. Army Aviation Center of Excellence, Fort Novosel.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are honored to be here and represent Fort Novosel today. This briefing on the state of Fort Novosel will include several rounds of important numbers to illustrate our contribution to the state of Alabama. We'd like to, speaking of birthdays, we'd like to highlight that Army Aviation also celebrates a birthday this week, 42 years since the branch began in 1983. We're privileged to lead and serve alongside all these warriors. For starters, Fort Novosel, the home of Army Aviation, is the 5th largest employer in Alabama and generated $9.3 billion during fiscal year 2024. Across 3 states, more than 45,000 ID card holders live within a 40-mile radius. And during the workday, more than 22,000 soldiers, civilians, contractors, and visitors call Fort Novosel home. Fort Novosel and all its units are transforming to meet the future demands for the Army, which my colleagues just mentioned. Quick note on infrastructure. Fort Novosel has seen significant construction projects in the past year, including the grand opening of the William A. Howell Training Support Facility and the Aviation East Beach Lake Lodge. These are state-of-the-art facilities, and we would like to invite you to Fort Novosel. Our major barracks project, a $113 million investment across the Wiregrass, is also making great progress and scheduled to open in March of 26. In FY24, we also trained over 18,000 students in more than 100 different courses. Fort Novacell conducts initial warrant officer training, enlisted soldier advanced initial training, and dozens of professional military education courses for the Army and our joint teammates each year. We also produced more than 1,200 aviators for the United States Army. The U.S. Air Force also trains helicopter pilots at Fort Novacell with their 23rd Flying Training Squadron. In fact, speaking of space, Fort Novacell also hosts up to 8 U.S. astronauts per year for specialized training activities as well. Last year at Fort Novacell, we flew more than a third of the entire U.S. Army's flying hour program. And that's with 13% of the Army's helicopter and fixed-wing fleet of more than 500 aircraft. Another significant update is the introduction of the Aviation Tactics Instructor course, which transforms our instructor pilots into a more tactically focused program. First course began in just this past January, and we anticipate expanding it in the future. A couple things we're preparing for. The Army's Future Long-Range Assault Aircraft is a big one. This airframe and its future air crews will train at Fort Novacell. The tilt-rotor aircraft will meet the substantial threats facing our Army during potential large-scale combat operations, doubling both the range and speed of our current fleet. All of our aircraft that we still fly today will be flying in the future as well, and they will play a vital role in complementing Army forces. Our Flight School Next initiative aims to establish a sustainable strategic path for flight training, produce more proficient aviators, and assess cost savings. This program is currently being piloted at a civilian flight school, and we're going to make it flight school wide in fiscal year 26. So as a key member of the Army's Combined Arms team, including education and advanced developments, Fort Novacell soldiers and professionals are actively involved in all aspects of unmanned aerial systems, as well as managing the complex technologies and procedures in the Army and joint airspace. In conclusion, we'd like to express our gratitude for all of you and your continued support. Our partnership with the Wiregrass community and the state of Alabama is enduring, and we appreciate your support for our soldiers and their families. Above the best, fly Army.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Colonel Shamika Tolliver, Wing Commander, 42nd Air Base Wing, Maxwell Air Force Base.
Good afternoon. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Senate and the House, thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak on behalf of the men and women of Maxwell Air Force Base and Gunter Annex. A personal thank you on behalf of Team Tolliver, my family, for the warm welcome back to the great state of Alabama and to the capital city this past summer. A proud history, Maxwell Air Force Base was the first location of the Wright brothers and the nation's first civilian aviation flying school. After supporting World War I, Wright Flying School was renamed Maxwell Airfield and established the Army Air Corps Tactical School, the forerunner of Air University. The tactical school graduated flight cadets, including those of our Allied Air Forces and Tuskegee Airmen. Air University continues to this day to focus on training and educating our nation's air tacticians, with 72,000 graduates this year alone. I recently launched the Wing's Strategic Action Plan with priorities to take care of people, execute the mission, strengthen our partnerships, and re-optimize our processes. Although the Wing boasts a robust history, its lean force bellies its mighty impact. A team of 1,300 airmen, active duty and civilians, supporting over 42,000 personnel. Focused on taking care of people, this small but mighty force maintains the second largest pharmacy in the state of Alabama, provided 850 military funeral honors, and dignified transfers across the state and within Georgia, and stands as the largest employer in the Montgomery area with a $2 billion economic impact. Partnerships with Northcom and the Federal Emergency Management Agency as an installation support base is critical to this region. The most recent activation, supporting hurricane relief for Hurricane Helene and Milton, were the longest in history, with over 1,600 trailers of critical supplies and food for this area. Maxwell's contributions were recognized by the President of the United States during his national address. During this past year, the Air Force stood up the Provisional Accession Center, where locally the home center was realigned, producing 70% of officer accessions. The center has also reestablished warrant officer training and is projected to welcome 120 new warrants by the end of fiscal year 25, a first since 1959. The title Crusader carries a historical significance. During their deployment with the French island in Caledonia in 1943, the airmen of the then 42nd Bombardment Group were honored with the nickname Crusaders. This is the namesake we hold today. Crusaders, and our mission is focused on preparing for combat and preparing others for the same. Every quarter, you will hear overhead the sound of freedom, the sound of helicopters flying, carrying warfighters being prepared for combat. The Crusader Challenge is a 5-day pinnacle exercise that provides training and hands-on experiences in small unit tactics, mission planning and development, battle drills, and mission type orders. I can personally attest to have completed this training and know firsthand how difficult it is. We recently sent our largest group of deployers downrange and are supporting the 908th Flying Training Wing right now with their efforts to get deployers out the door to answer our nation's call. This is executing the mission. Posturing for the next big fight and the great power competition, the installation has emphasized science, technology, engineering, and math. We partnered to host the Department of the Air Force Information Technology and Cyber Power event. 4,600 attendees in the IT and cybersecurity arena right here, learning new technology and challenges that our nation faces. On a smaller scale, we partnered for the first time ever to host the regional robotics competition, a full day of students from 32 schools across Alabama and Georgia to showcase STEM communities and robotics led by our very own airmen. The Secretary of the Air Force will host the National Security Forum at Maxwell, which is a historic event that has taken place since 1954. Aligning influential and civic leaders around the nation with military leaders. This 3-day event this coming May will include foreign national military officers and government civilians in a seminar and led structure. This is the Strengthening Partnership. Focused on optimizing processes, we're enhancing communities and the common operating picture. My goal is to stay in sync with our community. Every mission unit and every team member will properly understand what's going on and be informed. To this, my public affairs team has reinvigorated the Air Force Connect app, updated the content with user-friendly information for the installation and for the community. Placing an emphasis on community partnerships, we are working right now to revamp the Honorary Commander Program. We're opening our doors to the installation and partnering our local community members with military commanders. The focus of the 42nd Air Base Wing highlights a commitment to operational readiness, medical preparedness, and resilience building. We continue to fulfill our historic role as pioneers of our great nation. Our competitors recognize us as a force to be reckoned with. We are the installation for cultivating advanced leadership, the epicenter for tactical air operations and education, the strategic hub for joint air operations. Within our walls, war games are strategized. A potential research happens, shaping the future of air power. We're aware that our enemies see us as an opposing force, and they look to oppose the United States and democracy itself. We see this as a strategic advantage. The 42nd Air Base Wing is cognizant of this importance, and we take immense pride in it. This is your Maxwell Air Force Base, mission ready, preparing for combat, and preparing others for the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Colonel J.D. Evans, Garrison Commander at Fort Benning.
Good afternoon. So as you know, I have this wonderful honor today of speaking with you. I got to tell you, I am truly grateful today. Gratitude is the word for the day because I'm also a native of this great state. Okay, and because of thank you, thank you. And I bring that up because I rather veer from a speech today because I want to be grateful to you as well, show you my appreciation for you as well. And it really jogged my memories back when I was at a little school called John L. LaFleur Magnet School in Mobile, right? Thank you for that. Home of the Christian Mardi Gras, by the way, okay? Proud of that. But when I saw the JROTC cadets, I mean, I used to be one of them. And that just goes to say a lot about this wonderful state, to why it's the great state. And that's exactly how I tell people when they say, where are you from? I say, I'm from the great state of Alabama. Okay? Thank you. So I am going to share a few things about Fort Benning, but I'm going to really focus on the fact that Fort Benning, on behalf of my Major General Colin P. Tooley, is grateful for the cooperation we have with the great state of Alabama. For starters, I'd like to point out that next week, we're going to have this wonderful renaming ceremony. I'm not just saying that because I'm part of it, right? But this wonderful renaming ceremony as we celebrate the great history of Fort Benning, going on 106 years now, different namesake though. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the namesake is. It's about why we're here today. And that is to make sure that we appreciate the service members. And I say service members because we have Army, we have Air Force, we have Marines, we have our sailors, right? We have the entire gambit of folks that train to be ready to fight tonight. Okay? The Army's mission is to fight and win our nation war, but everybody that comes to Fort Benning is to fight tonight to make sure that we have our freedoms, and I'm truly proud of that. I also want to point out that when I look at Military Appreciation Day, it's not just the service members, it's the family members as well, right? Because they serve alongside us. So to that point, I actually have my spouse upstairs in the nosebleed aisle, right? Thank you. And I will tell you, the fact that she was riding with me for 22 of my 23 years of service says a lot. Okay, and I don't want to make this about me, but to the point earlier about trying to make Alabama be competitive to be the best state with the support. Both my parents, my father served 27 years, my mom served 20 years, and they are in Mobile, Alabama right now because they're appreciating all the great cooperation that this great state gives them, especially for the retiree piece of it, okay? So I do want to share some few facts that you can use, when you have your social hours here and there, right? So we do bring in $4.9 billion to our local communities, and we're right on the border of Alabama and Georgia, okay? A lot of that comes from Alabama. We have a third of our population living in Alabama. We have great cooperation with, I have to say this and forgive me. I'm a Roll Tide guy, but our Auburn family, okay? SEC love, right? But our Auburn family does so much for our service members, their families, and our community. For one thing, they're just think tanks for us. They work with our Rangers, because like I said, we have capability, Rangers, tanks, Bradleys, you name it, because we fight tonight. But what they do is they help us to get to that next point, right? We're in the modernization stage now. We're always trying to find new ways to support our freedoms that we hold near and dear to our hearts. And the Auburn family does it. Smith Station, I will tell you, we have these things called intergovernment service agreements, and I'm telling you, they're leading the charge. To put that in perspective, Fort Benning has 18 intergovernment service agreements, and that's more than any other installation because of our relationships. It's the relationships in the area that we hope to continue to sustain, and that's what we're really here to talk about today, briefly. All right, to really bring this home, though, I just want you to know there's some innovative things that are being created, going back to our Auburn friends. But for instance, all seriousness, there's things like creating litter apparatuses to protect our people, right, that are going on right now because they understand the value of what we do for the community and what the community does for us, right? So I would also say, I don't want to be remiss with my colleagues here, we'll love to invite you anytime to Fort Benning, okay? And when you go through the gate, because I'm the city manager of Fort Benning, if you don't receive a young, service member telling you welcome home, just let me know because that means a lot, okay? And when I say we welcome home, it's really because we're the home of the Maneuver Center, but it's also because we're a beacon of excellence that is well earned through our community interactions. And today, I feel like I've returned home, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next is Commissioner Jeff Newton, Commissioner of the Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs.
Also known as Fig Newton. I go by Jeff as well. Fig works as well, too. Hey, before I get started, let's have all of our veterans stand up and let's recognize our veterans in the audience. Up in the gallery, over here. Thank you for your service. Hey, thank you for the support that I've received over the last couple weeks and throughout my career. It's been a great career, and I'm very humble and grateful to be in this new position as the Commissioner of the Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs. Thank you for all of our legislators and all the support you have provided this legislative session in supporting our veterans. We really, really appreciate it. It's been a lot of hard work. I know we're halfway through it. We've got some other issues out there we need to tackle. But thank you so much for taking care of the veterans in the state of Alabama. Okay, so when I have this kind of audience, I like to give just a quick, brief overview as to what my agency does for our veterans in the state of Alabama. Our primary workforce, our core mission set, it's been around for 80 years. It's the reason why we were formed 80 years ago, is to help our veterans with their federal benefits. We have veteran service officers throughout our state in 61 of our counties. Their primary service is to you, the veterans, to get you the benefits that you deserve. The challenges we have with our veteran service officers out in the field is the federal VA is always constantly changing. So we've got to stay on top of the game. We've got to stay on top of our customer service. Last year, to stay on top of our customer service, we brought in Chick-fil-A to talk to us about customer service. And they didn't talk anything about making chicken, but you'd be amazed with how that helped us. And that's something we're going to continue to do in the future. Our next big program is our GI Dependent Scholarship Program. Currently, if you're a service-connected veteran and you're 40% service-connected, we're going to help pay for your dependents' education. And there's 48 schools in this program that'll help our students. So if you're 40% service-connected or higher, please look at this program. It's great. We've got 16,000 students enrolled in this program, so it's huge. It's been around since 1951, so it works. So please take a look at that program. Next, we have the most beautiful, the most affordable state veterans homes in the country. This is one area where we are number one in the country. We even beat Florida on this. The most our veterans pay for a private room at our state veterans home is $24 a day. You can't beat that anywhere in the country. So keep that in mind. We also have, lastly, our state cemetery down in Spanish Fort, Alabama. And another reason why we're number one in the country is because of the way we take care of our National Guard and Reserve members who are not otherwise eligible for burial at a national cemetery. These are your National Guard and Reserve members who served in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, who were prepared to deploy, but never deployed or didn't complete their 20 years of service. At the national cemeteries, you're not eligible for burial, but we in the state of Alabama, better than any other state in the country, we will bury the National Guard and Reserve members if you've got 2 years of continuous service with the National Guard and have an honorable discharge. So that's something we do better, and we do it, and this is the most important part, we do it at no cost to the National Guard veteran or reserve member. We also take care of the spouse at no cost. Did y'all know that? Not many people knew this. So please go back to your communities and get this good information out. We've got a couple big projects we're working on for the future. Number one is a second state memorial cemetery in the Morgan County limestone area. The National Cemetery Administration says you've got some underserved veterans in the North Alabama. They don't have a cemetery. They try to get veterans within a 75-mile radius of every national cemetery or state cemetery. So we need 110 to 120 acres. That's all we need. We got the dollars programmed for it. If someone can find Representative Moore, if you can help us find out where we can find 110 acres, we can do this. All right, I'm going to come by and talk to you later. So let's do this. The next project, and this is the last one, is we are collaborating with Tunnels to Towers. How many have heard of Tunnels to Towers? We are looking to build, in collaboration with Tunnels to Towers in the future, a brand new veterans homeless community somewhere in the state of Alabama. So that's something, we have these beautiful veterans homes. Now it's time to perhaps look at taking care of our homeless veterans. So those are some of the things we're looking at for the future. It's a bright future for our agency. Thank you so much again for all the support, and I look forward to work with all of our legislators in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Newton. Let's give our speakers, our military and veterans, a standing ovation, round of applause. Thank you for what you do. Very proud of y'all. All right, and the purpose of this joint session having been concluded, we now stand adjourned.
Members, please report to the chamber so we can reconvene. Members, we need you back in the House chamber so we can get started.
The House will come to order. Clerk, call the next bill on special order calendar.
On page 48 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 252 with substitute by Senator Beasley relating to the pharmacy benefit managers.
Representative Rigsby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Senate Bill 252. This bill aims to provide fair reimbursement to community pharmacies in Alabama, ensuring access to health care for small communities, especially our rural areas. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Gidley.
You yield, sir.
Yes, sir.
Philip, how important is this bill?
It's important for small businesses in Alabama and for patients to maintain their access to those health care providers that are pharmacies in their community.
We have pharmacies that are closing all across the state, don't we? My understanding is there have been about 10 since the first of the year. This bill is going to help. Philip, we understand, and I know you can answer this question better than I can, but the loss of local pharmacies is a terrible detriment to the health care of our people, especially in the rural areas. This can't happen. So I appreciate you bringing this bill, and I want our House to understand how important it is. I have stayed in close contact with the local pharmacies in my district, and this is a lifeblood to make sure they're able to offer that service to the people, especially of the rural areas, and also their livelihood. So this is extremely important. We know it's not going to fix the total problem, but sure going to put a Band-Aid to help stop some of the bleeding. So thank you, and I urge our members to support this bill so that we can maintain that tremendous service that our local pharmacies provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van. Before you get started, I've got a guest I'd like to recognize, Representative Bedso, Bibb Medical Center in Bibb County is the guest of Representative Bedso and Travis. Thank you for being with us today. Representative Van.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I never thought I would ever see today, but I know Beasley originated in the Senate. But whatever y'all do today in this House, I want y'all to pass this bill out of here as fast as you can. Whatever it takes. Because if I get another text message from my good pharmacist, Mr. Brooke Lear, one more text message, I don't know what I'm going to do, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Berkeley, if you're listening, one more text, please.
Not only and then he doesn't grasp the concept that a text should be a short message, Mr. Speaker. He has to send you a dissertation, a thesis, a term paper, and grammar English 101 with all of whatever. So whatever y'all need to do, I commend you for your efforts. But whatever we need to do to hurry up and get this one out of here, and I'm taking my seat, I want y'all to pass SB 252. I don't even want an amendment to it. I just want it to pass. I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for everything that you pharmacists have done across this state to keep us informed. God bless you and God keep you.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough, will be the third person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Philip, I just wanted to say I'm proud of you. I know last year was hard, and I told you last year that I wanted to help you in any way that I could, and it was really exciting in my district. I sat down with multiple pharmacists. They were drawing maps and circles and explaining all of it, and got some phone calls, and it was great to have the education that I could explain to my constituents. And I think you're doing an amazing job, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Tillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I want to echo the sentiments of my three colleagues before, because in my district we have a ton of independent pharmacists, and I have spoken to them as well, and I support this bill. So anything we need to do, I urge the members to pass this bill as well.
Thank you, Representative.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Under 2 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Rigsby.
Mr. Speaker, we have a committee sub on this bill.
You care to explain your sub, please?
Yes, sir. The sub did two things. Number one, it removed the private right of action from the original language. It also removed the sunset for the reimbursement piece of the bill. And with that, I ask for passage of the sub.
You heard the gentleman's explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Representative Rigsby.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we have a floor amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Rigsby, I just want to commend you for your work on this. Many of us come down here to serve for all different reasons and try to make a difference. And sometimes that's hard to measure, but there's no question you'll be able to measure your impact you've made on your own profession. And it's come with work and a place we share in common. We believe in work, hard work.
That's right.
And so I just want to commend you for that. The entire time of working with people in the industry from all sides, one thing that was a continued reckoning from the pharmacists is they're trying to find a way to serve their patients. And there are some things that come up, and we worked through some issues. There was one issue where our businesses of our state, and part of their contract negotiations, they just wanted some flexibility. And with that, I have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment 2, Senate Bill number 252 by Representative Lovern.
Here to explain your amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Under this amendment, it would just allow those businesses, the private businesses out there to negotiate with the PBMs on how they do their rebates, whether they receive them in full or they make it as part of their administrative fee.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. Does the sponsor see it as a friendly amendment?
Yes, sir. This was agreed upon amendment by all parties, and it is a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just wanting to make sure I had a copy of the amendment as we did them. So what I have is you're on line 470, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're changing that. Now tell me exactly how does this improve the bill?
What this does, it does not negatively impact directly the pharmacist. What this does, if I'm a private business, I have the right to negotiate with a PBM if I want to take part of those rebates on those drugs that are offered, I can either receive those rebates or I can negotiate it to be part of the administrative fee that's charged as part of the taxes paid, how they can offset income through pushing back on those rebates, either pay a less administrative fee, and just allows for those negotiations for our industries to do.
So it's my understanding for each prescription, there is an administrative fee, right?
That has nothing to do with that portion. This deals with this. What this would do is allow, if a business wanted to, if we had a large industry in your district and they are contracting someone to to manage their benefits, they could either take those rebates directly or they could use that in their negotiation with that PBM as part of their payment for managing their.
Right, and my question wasn't to challenge or anything, but saying there's always an administrative fee that's associated with each one of these. So they could use it to either replace this administrative fee or receive it as part of the
Yes,
event.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sometimes it comes down to just a taxation issue, how they want to look at it. Thank you for your question.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Rigsby.
Yes, sir. I move that the bill reach final passage as substituted and amended.
That is question is final passage of SB 252 as amended and substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 252 has.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a moment of personal privilege,
The
please.
chair recognizes Representative Rigsby for a moment of personal privilege.
I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to recognize all those involved in this process. It's been a long road and many lessons have been learned. First, I'd like to recognize Senator Beasley, Jones, and Stutz for their work to get Senate Bill 252 worked and passed in the Senate. I would also like to thank Pro Tem Gudger and his staff for their leadership and support of this legislation and all the hard work they did. I would also like to thank the Speaker and his staff and House leadership for their support in this journey. I appreciate you allowing me to continue the discussion in the legislative off-season with a PBM study group. And to all the members, thank you for taking the phone calls, the emails, and the many text messages from all the pharmacists in your district to learn about this important issue. I greatly appreciate your work and support. A huge thank you to the biggest advocate in pharmacy in Alabama, Mr. Bobby Giles, with the Alabama Pharmacy Association. Thank you, Bobby, for all the work that you did. And to all the pharmacy groups in the state, the Alabama Pharmacy Association, the Alabama Pharmacy Cooperative, the Alabama Independent Pharmacy Association, and all the many pharmacists that walked these halls this session to participate in educating and their grassroots efforts that got this bill to where we are today. Job well done. I would also like to thank the others that worked on this legislation. First, to Mr. Ted Hosp and Clay Lofton with Blue Cross Blue Shield. While we did not always agree, you were always willing to shake my hand and agree to disagree. And you never stopped saying hello in the hallways. I appreciate your professionalism in this matter. More than that, thank you for the few times that we had together, that we shared a table at the ALCAP prayer breakfast, where we were able to unite our hearts in prayer, which is so much more important than legislation. Also, thank you to the other groups that were willing to continue the conversation and work on behalf of those that they serve. BCA, Manufacture Alabama, Alabama Power, SEIB, PHIP, Alabama Healthcare Alliance, PCMA, and I know I've missed some. I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate your work, your conversation, and your commitment. There have been many ups and downs in this journey. And there were days I wanted to throw in the towel. But I realized that my flesh was telling me to quit. But thanks be to God, when I felt defeated, that's when my faith reminded me, we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good for those who are loved according to his purpose. This was not about pharmacy. It was not about any other special interest group. And it certainly wasn't about me. This was the divine purpose of God. This verse is often misused and misquoted, and it does not mean that you're guaranteed success ever. This is God's good, his purpose. And I'm thankful to be called to this season of my life's journey, and for the hard days, the good days, and even the days I wanted to quit. In all of these days, I'm here to testify, God is so good. We've all been called and we've been placed here by the will of the Lord for this season of our lives. I choose this day to give him the glory. And I close with this. Now to him who is able to do far more abundantly than all that we ask or think, according to the power at work within us, to him be glory in the church and in Christ Jesus throughout all generations, forever and ever. Amen. I truly love you all with the love of Christ. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Chairman Lee.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a leave of the floor for the House Health Committee. Our meeting will be at 4 o'clock, room 200, to deal with 2 bills today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Representative Representative Grisp, you did a yeoman's job. I made a statement in the committee meeting that David needed a win. We finally got a win for David. And we need to make sure that we consider the Davids of this world as we are making judgments and laws that will affect the lives of the least of these as well. So I want to commend the Pharmacy Association and all of those that worked to bring this bill to the floor and to make it a reality, because it is a win for David. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Representative Sales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for leave of the House at 4 p.m. also for the State Government Committee to meet.
All those in favor?
Thank you.
Let's go back just for voice vote on Representative Lee had asked for leave of the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 54 of the calendar, House Bill number 459 by Representative Pringle, relating to the University of South Alabama.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill simply fixes the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees. Their board is on the 1963 state Senate districts, and this allows them to be state at large. But the members that serve will continue through the rest of their term. It also changes the meeting time back to what all the other Board of Trustees have, from 10 days down to 24 hours like everybody else. and their meetings will be held in June. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the BIR.
Next question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Mr. Pro Tem.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage HB 459.
That's question's final passage of HB 459. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 459 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 1 by Senator Gavan with substitute relating to public education employees.
Representative Almond, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I am pleased to be able to present and bring you SB1, which is the bill that provides workers' compensation benefits to our teachers and public education employees, as well as bus drivers and our community college system. Currently, those groups do not have the protection of workers' compensation, as do our other state employees, and as do employees in the private sector. And so this bill would provide that for them and a process for them to make claims under a new workers' compensation statute that will be in place, especially for those groups. We did make some amendments in committee and have a substitute, but first I'll call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, sir, very much. I wanted to just simply say how much I appreciate Senator Gavan. Obviously, you're helping him get this done, but I remember talking with him at the end of the last session, and we were discussing this problem. I had the opportunity to travel all around District 3 in the State Board of Education with an obvious situation that was going on in my family. In Elmore County, I had the occasion, and I tried to find the email. I couldn't find it. But I had the occasion to be able to visit with a family where the gentleman worked in the shops with buses and equipment and all kinds of things. And in the process of that work, he was almost crushed to death and was not able, obviously, to handle everything that they were hit with. And I think, thinking back on it, they may have come close to bankruptcy, all kinds of things, but he's not going to ever be able to work the way that he would like to work. A lot of times I find myself not in favor of some of the things that come from different groups in the state. But in this situation with these people and the work they do, and realizing that I grew up in life with my dad, who was a master carpenter, and there were occasions when things didn't go the way you wanted them to go, and somebody got hurt.
Right.
We didn't have workers' comp back in that day, but for us to have everyone else with workers' comp available and these people not to have it, just not right. So, I mean, applaud the efforts, but especially what Senator Gavan did to really work through this process, get it done, and push it into place. And I know there are amendments to make it better and all of that, but it's just a human bill to take care of people who can't take care of themselves as a result of having worked in our government system and trying to serve people. So thank you, and I appreciate your efforts.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments. We heard several stories like that during committee meetings, and just some difficult situations. So much needed. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman like to yield?
Yes, sir.
Just having worked around, of course, my daughter in education, third grade teacher. I really want to thank you for carrying this and work Senator Gavan. Just recently, a few weeks ago, my one of the daughter's coworker came out and somehow she tripped over the student, fell and broke a collarbone and fractured her upper ribs and not the ribs, yes, upper femur tip, anyway, one of those bones. And she had, to go through this process. So it was on-the-job injury caused by a kid, but nothing there. And then previously, I worked with a gentleman who worked in the school bus shop, bus mechanic. And as he was returning from servicing a bus, a 18-wheeler passed him, and evidently a piece of metal attached to a chain came through the windshield of his thing and damaged him, pretty severe. Life was barely, was really just barely spared. And then he had to go through the injury, the recovery, but then trying to deal with out-of-pocket costs, medical care, health care, trying to get reimbursements and stuff like that. It's just absolutely, for someone who's going through the hurt. And again, a lot of these people, they're not superintendents, they're not school principals, they're just teachers, lunchroom workers, bus drivers, school aides that get hurt along the line, and then to think that, we don't have the availability of them being able to apply for workman's comp to help them go through this process and negotiate it, and being able to help them not having to carry the full brunt of their healthcare treatment, trying to get better and trying to pick it out of pocket. Then this process of trying to get it to the Board of Adjustment, and only after you got all your paperwork completed and you're supposed to, and then it lingers there. And then if they run out of money, then you'll sit there with another year to try to go back to it's refunded. So for this process, it's really, it's really devastating to an employee who's really a great worker, doing a great job, but these accidents happen. So for us to finally step up to the plate, as a home builder, we have home builders, workman's comp insurance, everybody else, you almost think everybody has workman's comp insurance. So for us to be able to finally step to the plate, provide a much needed benefit to our employees and letting them know we appreciate it. Thank you so much for moving forward and stepping forward with this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Morgan, Representative Collins.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank you for working on this bill. I want to thank the Senate for working on this bill. It's something that's very important to a lot of people. But I also appreciate your willingness to let us actually look at, ask our questions, find out where we needed to better understand how the system was going to work. And so I just appreciate your efforts with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you for bringing the bill. And workman compensation has been an idea that's been tossed around, but I guess it has to come before certain people in order for it to be a bill that comes to the floor, because it's not the first time we've tried it, and it's successful this time. It's just that it kind of overwhelms me sometimes, that it depends upon who brings the bill to the floor and who comes up with the idea. And I've talked about this before, Mr. Speaker, that some of us have these same bills that are not put in committee, but they're still a good bill. Because like with this one, I've been in a classroom where a child grabs a teacher's arm and twists it to the point that they break the arm. And the principal didn't even want it to be reported. And the teachers just had to call that teacher's husband to come and get her. So I know it's needed. And there are so many things that are needed, but it shouldn't matter who the bill comes from, which it has in this body. And I think at some point in time, if it's a good bill, it's a good bill. So I appreciate you bringing it. Yeah. But in the future, I would like to know that when we've got the same bill, that it could go to committee, get out of committee, come to the floor, and we are able to introduce it and pass it. But I thank you for your effort. Thanking you allow me to speak, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted.
Yes, sir. We have a substitute.
Care to explain your substitute, please?
Yes, sir. In committee, we had several amendments brought, and I will try to hit the highlights quickly and elaborate more for anyone who wants more explanation. Several, as usual, several of the amendments were technical in nature, misspelling of words and things of that nature. I'm just going to flip through here and go in order so I get it right. So part of two of the amendments, so there's an old section or a current section of the bill where the process is going to the Board of Adjustment, and there's an entirely new section dealing just with the workers' compensation part. And this bill is just these amendments were just trying to make clear that if you're covered under 1A, the new section, that you don't also have the ability to go before the Board of Adjustment. It's not a both and, it's an either or. So that's what a couple of those amendments are for. And one of the amendments makes clear that the board that oversees this process, if they need to, can hire or employ a second or independent licensed physician to perform an independent medical exam. Some of the amendments were just copying in language from the Workers' Compensation Act that we have for the private sector, just to put in the full process within this bill, just to make it clear that that process also applies to this bill. And the final thing I'll mention is on page 19 about the appeals process. Just clarifies that the Alabama State Bar will create and maintain a roster of attorneys who are experienced in workers' compensation law. That would not be me. And they will, on appeals requests, give them a panel of 5 attorneys who are qualified that the appellant can select from. So those are some of the highlights of the amendments. If there are no questions, I'll call for the adoption of the sub.
You've heard the explanation of the substitute. I've got a few. If you want to speak on the sub, raise your hand. On the sub or the bill? Ms. Drummond? Sub or the bill? 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 Question for the body is adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Representative Almond.
Call for final passage of the substituted bill.
The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you. I tried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the young lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I really stood because this has been a long time coming. You know, when this bill was first filed last session and we worked on it and you worked on it, and I want to say thank you to you and Senator Cavan. And you're sitting there on the committee in ETF and wondering, why hadn't this already happened? You know, that's because these are the people who are touching our children's lives, and they're like anybody else on a job. They have injuries and so forth. So I apologize that we've not done this sooner, but I want to thank you for doing it now. So much appreciation, and I do support this bill.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you. I'm for your bill. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. On the bill, does it mandate that boards of education have to cover employees, the educators,
Yes.
and are they given the option of electing out of the coverage?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do they still have the board of adjustment?
Still a board of adjustment.
How does the board of adjustment involved in this process?
So it would be, the Board of Adjustment is still there for non-covered employees, such as part-time employees.
Okay.
Only full-time employees are covered.
Okay.
So part-time employees or guests in the school building, for example, who might be there and get injured in the school building.
So if it's a part-time employee, they're not covered under the act, but they go through the Board of Adjustments.
That's right.
But if it's a full-time employee, bus driver, any other
Community college,
employees,
yes.
they're covered like a typical workers' comp case.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson representing the van.
This is a good bill. You Republicans are on a roll. Y'all doing halfway okay right now. Every now and then, y'all do okay. Every now and then. But I wanted to just say something because I represent so many educators across the state and have done so for a number of years. And I do it with pride. Out of everything that I do within my practice, it gives me great pride when I help those educators who go above and beyond, not just in the classroom just to teach, but to drive the buses, to sweep the floors, to serve in the cafeteria. Some of them even serve as secondary parents to many children across this state. And it's a thankless job. And I've never spoken publicly without acknowledging the fact, although I am honored with the position or the career that God has blessed me with, there's no other profession that I value more than an educator. And it is also a job that you could not pay me. Not one dime, not one penny, not one contract negotiation to do, because it is not for the faint of heart. So whatever we can do to assist them in situations of injury or what have you on the job, we need to do it. Because I am in these classrooms. I know many come here and they pass legislation and they offer legislation and they want to change the foundation or the framework of our educational system. The only problem I have with those that come, they do not ever really, I'm not just talking about at a conference or parent teacher or open house, just really go and sit in these classrooms or take a ride on a school bus or talk again to the bookkeeper or the secretary in the school when they have 500 calls coming in and they have to maintain and make sure that if a parent or someone is coming to check out a child, that they're balancing the phone call versus also while making sure and ensuring that the safety of our children are adhered to. And so I talk with these people every day. And some of them, even with the rate of pay that they make, they still go to work every day and they give it their all. And with with all of the attacks against the Alabama Education Association over the years and the payroll deduction and all that they have endured, and of course supporting this bill for many of their members, this is probably one of the better days that they've had in many, many years with legislation. So for me, I just wanted to comment and make that acknowledgement. But I would like also for the people who, when we vote on these bills, that they take some opportunity to really go and visit our schools, visit our educators, have real conversations so they can understand what these people go through every day while school is in, and even when school is out, depending on if they have summer school or what have you. And they could really understand better the need to continue improvements in our education system, especially by way of our educators, and even with all of the talks of attacks on public education, I always rise to say public education has served many of us well. You have some great leaders in this country that are that were publicly educated. And so whatever we can do to strengthen our system and the educational system in particular here in the state of Alabama, I would hope that we would continue to do that. So again, I applaud your efforts. I applaud all that participated in this process with regards to this workman's comp legislation. It is much needed in the state of Alabama, and just like the previous bill before us, it is to be commended to all of those who participated and had anything to do with the construct as well as overall curation of the bill itself. And again, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure, thanks, lady. The question for the body now is final passage of SB 1 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 1 as substituted has passed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
Thank you. Good work. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 18 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 102 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to Medicaid.
Representative Land, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Thank you, body. It's my pleasure to be here to present Senate Bill 102. This bill is the companion to HB 89, the Alabama Maternal Health Care Act, which we passed unanimously in this body on February 13th of this year. It simply provides presumptive eligibility to Medicaid for pregnant women. If there are no further questions, I'd move for the BIR.
You're recognized as the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Just for clarity, is this the bill or is this a companion to the bill you had?
It's the companion bill to the bill we had here, HB 89. So
Okay.
this is the
So
Senate
yours,
bill.
hers moved out before yours did, or your?
Mine's been sitting there, so this one came on
Okay, I
down.
just want,
So,
so
yeah,
this is the same bill?
same bill, exact same
No
bill.
modifications, changes, no amendments made upstairs?
Nope, same bill.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Land.
I move for final passage.
That is question is final passage of SB 102. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 102 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, lady.
Women and families in Alabama are proud today.
Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 46 by Senator Sessions, relating to Class 2 municipalities.
Representative Clark, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 46 is companion to my HB 145. This bill actually received a favorable report in the Mobile County Legislative Delegation from the Mobile County Legislative Delegation, but then it was then re-referred to a second committee where it also got a favorable report. This bill only pertains to a Class 2 municipality, and as you are well aware, Mobile is the only Class 2 municipality. And the mission of this bill, which Senator Sessions and I carried on behalf of the city of Mobile, is to help us get rid of scrap tires that people tend to just dump, wherever they feel a need. And it is a clear violation of current state law, in particular the Alabama Scrap Tire Environmental Quality Act. ADEM is in agreement to working with the city of Mobile to give it more authority so that we can try to get rid of this problem in our city. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR.
As questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Clark.
Thank you. I move approval of SB 46.
Ask questions. Final passage of SB 46. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 46 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 263 by Representative Oliver, relating to the 911 fund.
Representative Wood, you are recognized. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This updates funding opportunities to better serve local 911 districts. In Alabama, a monthly fee is collected from telephone service providers to fund the delivery of 911 services throughout the state. The fee is collected by the state 911 board, and much of this money is then sent directly to local 911 districts to fund day-to-day operations. Roughly 20% of these funds remains with the state 911 board and is set aside in what is commonly referred to as the Cost Recovery Fund. The Cost Recovery Fund was originally created to provide financial support for building and maintaining the technology necessary to efficiently handle cell phone calls to the 911 system. Those technology costs have dwindled over the years and are now minimal. Meanwhile, financial needs continue to exist for day-to-day local 911 operations, but the law does not allow for unused cost recovery funds to be directed towards local level needs. This legislation proposes to establish a process for cost recovery funds to better serve 911 districts and clarifies how those funds can be utilized. Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I'd ask for the BR.
As questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
I'd ask the body to vote.
And that is the question. Is final passage of HB 263. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 263 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 95 by Senator Chasteen, related to the Alabama Municipal Electric Authority.
Chairman Klaus, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 95 deals with the Alabama Municipal Electric Association Board. This doesn't involve any state taxpayer dollars. This right now they get paid for each day that they meet, sometimes multiple days a month, and this would just be a one-time a month payment of $1,750 a month for their board members. So, not any questions. I ask for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
I ask for passage of Senate Bill 95.
That is questions. Passage. Senate Bill 95. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 95 has passed.
Thank you, Speaker, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, House Bill number 86 with substitute by Representative Collins, relating to Rural Hospital Investment Program.
Chairwoman Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you very much for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited to have House Bill 86 on the floor. I want to thank the chairman of both of our budget committees and all for being patient with me over these last 3 years. What House Bill 86 does is it sets up a rural health care tax credit for rural hospitals. I believe it's very concise. It's based on a program that was in Georgia that's been extremely successful. Each of these hospitals to qualify have to have a 5-year plan for stability and for sustainability and viability. It sets up 20 million the first year. Next year it goes to 25 the following year, and then 30 what would be the year it sunsets. So we'll have data to see, is it working? Is it making a difference? It uses 4 different taxes, which makes it a little bit different in that it's income tax, but also it uses excise tax, insurance premium tax, and utility taxes. So it affects both budgets. So thank you, Budget Chairman, for letting us try something that could potentially save our rural hospitals, and I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with the lady here. I just want to stand and applaud this. This is today, I think, is the second most important thing that we could do for rural health care, passing the prescription, the pharmacy bill to stabilize, to be able to have pharmacy and keep an independent pharmacy open, which is usually only available in here for rural hospitals, because this is for rural hospitals. And I have, a couple of rural hospitals in my district, actually 3, with the ability of this bill, which is open-ended to allow, based upon the plans, to allow them to be able to use the funds for whatever their particular needs, and then to allow the local business people and other folks to directly invest directly into their hospital. It's just a wonderful thing. And I know you have labored at this bill, co-sponsored last year, but I'm just so proud to see that we have finally got this bill to this point, and I'm just hoping that everybody would jump on and move forward with getting this bill passed and moving forward immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Blunt, Representative Standridge.
Thank you for the recognition. Representative Collins, I just want to tell you, I appreciate you bringing this bill today. I appreciate the dialogue that we've had about it and with the rural legislators about the impact that you think that this could bring to our rural hospitals. We know that we've got an issue out there with our rural hospitals being in decline or closing. And looking at the Georgia model, it has been very successful there, and we hope to replicate that here. And I did want to ask a question, and you might have mentioned it, but I didn't catch it. There's a cap on this, right? A cap on
The cap is 20 million the first year, 25 the second, 30 the third, but it also sunsets that year to see if it's something we want to continue.
see if we want to continue that. So thank you again for doing this for our rural hospitals. It's an issue that all of us, I know, are working on to try to save those. It's good for health care in Alabama, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us hear it in Rural Caucus.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairwoman Collins.
We had a committee sub. There were a lot of groups that wanted to participate potentially within their hospitals or with third parties at universities. And so the sub just added the way to let third-party groups be a part of the legislation.
Yeah, you've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted.
I ask for final passage.
That is the questions. Final passage of HB 86 as subs. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 86 has passed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Speaker
Thank
and
you.
body.
Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 54 of the calendar, House Bill number 461 by Representative Allman relating to the Alabama Educational Television Foundation.
Representative Alman, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is a bill that I was bringing on behalf of the. Make sure I got the Alabama Public Television. There we go, and also the Alabama Educational Television Foundation Authority. Basically, what this bill does is they are trying to find ways to tap into more financial resources, and one of the resources they want to be able to tap into are federal grants, and they currently do not have permission. Basically, to be able to do that, they need to be able to lobby at the federal level, and they currently cannot do that, so this bill enables them to do that. If there are no questions, I call for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Call for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of HB 461. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 99 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. HB 461 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 403 with substitute by Representative Bedsole relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Bedsole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 403 will authorize the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency to create the Alabama Criminal Enterprise Database, and will list all the parameters on how the database will operate. Law enforcement agencies will be able to submit information about criminals and suspected criminals that are connected with criminal enterprises. This information will be available to properly trained investigators and prosecutors when charging individuals with a crime. If a defendant has 3 or more indicators of involvement with a criminal enterprise, they are subject to sentencing enhancements under the criminal enterprise statute. This bill stipulates that ALEA must follow federal standards for records management use and retention. And this bill, most importantly, does not create any new crime or alter the way criminal enterprise statute operates. It only assists investigators and prosecutors in building their cases against dangerous individuals operating in our state. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 82 ayes, 13 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Betso.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. We had a sub in committee. The sub was related to just some language to further strengthen and clarify who could have access to the database, just to ensure that we didn't have people who did not have a need to know access in the database.
Okay, you have heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 78 ayes, 23 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
This call for final passage.
That's question final passage of HB 403. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 77 ayes, 21 nays. HB 403 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 16 of the calendar, House Bill number 61 with substitute by Representative DuBose relating to public schools.
Representative Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Representative DuBose has a bill, House Bill 61, and she's in Health Committee right now, but it came through Education Policy, and this bill would allow homeschool students to participate in career technical programs at public schools. I would ask for the BIR.
That's question adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 2 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Thank you. We did make a substitute in committee on this bill, and the substitute changes are that it requires the homeschool to pay the same fees that another public school would have to pay, and it also removed the Choose Act from the bill. There was some concern that that might be a double dipping.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 97 ayes, 2 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
As for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
You voted for this.
I don't know. You know, sometimes I just sit. But what I just wanted to ask is, if the students are coming from homeschool to the schools, would the students that's already in that attend public school have first deals?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I was just trying to get the clarity. So we did pass this out the house. It made it upstairs, and just just sat there, or anyone? There were some issues with it.
Issues with the Senate in general last year.
Get in the middle of that because y'all know I had a war going on. But okay, all right. I was just trying. Tell me what it does again.
It just lets homeschool students participate in
Career
career
tech.
technical education.
Yeah. Okay. I think I supported the bill the last time. Did DuBose have this bill the last time?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I was just trying to bring it to back to my recollection. Only reason I voted no this time is because she brought it this time. So I just want folks out there in TV land to understand that she violated me this year, disrespected me in a way that I would not tolerate from anybody. And so that would be my only consternation with it, since she's my seatmate and had a bill and knew that I carried and didn't say anything about it. So we'll see how the rest of the year goes. But I just wanted to be clear. my position on it. So I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is passage of HB 61 as substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 1 nay. HB 61 is passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 407 by Representative Ingram relating to local redevelopment authorities.
Representative Ingram, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a revenue bill. This is a cleanup bill. This bill was passed in 2020 by Representative McClammy. There is redevelopment authorities, a couple of them throughout the state. But when the bill was passed, it put income tax. They don't pay income tax. And it left out the word lodging tax. And that's the only thing that it does. We've passed a bill. This is just a cleanup bill for revenue. And on that note, I ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Certainly. Yes, sir.
I heard your statement that it was a cleanup bill, and I guess I want it to be explained more to me. I've tried to read it, and it
Okay.
seems very complicated. It seems a lot more complicated than just a simple,
Right.
shift.
So-
Because you're talking
so-
about taxes, you're talking about not paying them,
Everything
changing them to
stays the
something
same
else.
except for three things in the bill. So I don't have a copy of the bill, but it's what Representative McClammy passed. And in Montgomery, we know it as a water park. It's got a redevelopment authority there. So revenue came to me. This wasn't my cleanup. They'd asked me if I would carry it because they're going to put lodging out there. They're going to put hotels out there, and they can't capture the lodging tax. So everything that they collect in these redevelopment authorities is kept by that authority. So if it's state tax, if it's any of the local tax as well, they keep it. So they're going to build hotels out there, but they can't keep the lodging tax because it wasn't spelled out in the bill. And they don't pay income tax, so they strike in income tax and putting in the lodging tax. And then the other is, there was no reporting component of that. So whatever they collect out at the water park, or if there's one in Madison, I think there's one in Jefferson County too, that they would report that revenue that they collect. If it's $2 million or $5 million or zero, they just collect what they collect. They report it back to the revenue department. That's the only three things that change.
So this bill is specifically related to developments around water parks?
That's one of them. There's several of them throughout the state. So there's, like I say, there's one I think in Jefferson and one in Madison and one in
I'm wondering, would all developments be impacted off of this?
So if it's in that authority, it has to be spelled out in the acreage and the meets and bounds. So if it's in that meets and bounds of what they identified as that redevelopment authority, yes, it would be everything that's collected in that and revenue we lose in the state and they gain. That's something we gave them on those.
So if this is a bill that revenue wanted,
Revenue, it wanted to clean it up.
But how would this impact the budgets?
It doesn't affect the budget at all.
But
so there's anything that's collected in those redevelopment districts, we don't get anyway. So a lot of it has to do with next to military bases, to redevelop around military bases. And that's where most of this came from, to make sure that we develop stuff around those bases that would be friendly for.
Right, but it says under current law, it will be required for payments in lieu of taxes to be administered in a parallel manner to state, talking about ad valorem, income, sales
They keep
tax,
all of
use
that. So
tax.
all this is going to be like in the city, in the water park, Montgomery County has that. That's their park. So they've put down an authority that's controlled by them, appointed by them. So they can go and issue bonds and they can, work independent as the county, but the county still controls it. They're a governmental agent. So they collect all the money inside of those meets and bounds in that boundary of that redistricting authority.
And none of that goes to the city or the state?
It goes to the county
goes to the county.
It goes to the county.
Okay.
And everybody has to approve it. In the redistricting, the county commission has to approve it, the city council has to approve it, and the state has done it when on Thad McClammy's bill to allow that, to give that money away. But inside those authorities, the city has to approve it before it can do that. So they have to pass a resolution. And that was all done, except when they passed it in the old bill, it said income tax, and it didn't have the lodging tax. So this is just replacing it with
So
lodging.
basically, in lieu of the taxes, it's allowing them to make certain types of payments to the State Department of Revenue.
So the State Department of Revenue doesn't get any money off of it.
I'm talking about under the new bill.
This new bill, they still don't get any money off of it. They have to report their collections on that authority, reports it to revenue. And then, there's no such thing as income tax for a county commission or a city council or the state. And so that strikes that out of that bill, and then it inserts the lodging. So what you're reading a lot of is the current law that was passed in 2020 that makes this bill, it's already in effect.
Right. It says that this bill authorizes local redevelopment authorities
That's
to require transient occupancy tax as a payment in lieu
So
of tax.
So the county commission, like in Montgomery,
Right.
they give it to an authority, and then they pay that authority is what keeps them afloat. So it's a lieu of, it goes all back to that authority to keep the redevelopment afloat.
So
Pay the
answer
bill.
this for me. So who benefits from this legislation passing?
The authorities and
The authorities?
the authorities that are approved by the state. And if they put in a new one in, the state has to approve it. This doesn't have anything with new developments or anything. This was already passed in 2020 for the redevelopment.
I guess
so. This is just a cleanup bill, taking out income tax and then putting in the lodging tax. There's no hotels on any of them now, so we hadn't lost any money. It's just they're going to put them on, and so they had
Once they get put on, then who benefits from this legislation?
the authority gets the money.
Then the authority would get all the money, or they would just
They
report
would
how much
just
that
on
they're-
what's the tax is collected for the
So-
local and state tax. They
So
get to
the
keep it,
authority will collect the taxes,
right?
and then
So what they collect in that authority, let's say if somebody goes to the water park and they paid the 10% sales tax, they keep that to keep everything, the bills paid. They keep that money. And it's the same way with other authorities that's already in place. Any other authority that adds to it would have to come back to the legislature to be approved.
Okay.
There's only 3, I think, in the state, if I'm right on that. And they've been approved in 2020. They were approved when Thad McClammy carried it. And then the revenue department said, hey, we've got a problem because they brought it to our attention. They don't pay income tax because it is a government entity.
Right.
And then so the lodging never was spelled out. It just said sales tax. And so this replaces that, takes out income and puts lodging. So it spell it out. So there's no hereafter about it.
Who appoints the authority here? The one
The
here?
county commission does.
The county commission does. Is it the county commissioners that's on it, or are they appointed?
No, they
someone else?
appoint somebody else. I think maybe the chairman. I'm not sure how that works, but I know.
But we feel that it is some level of oversight that it's a
Yeah.
trusted
So
situation.
Leslie Sanders with Alabama Power, she's the
Okay.
chairman of the one here in town, or was. I guess she still is. I don't know.
Okay.
So there's people, leaders in the community that are over this authority.
Okay, because it seems that we're giving them, some level of power, and I'm just kind of.
Yeah, it doesn't give them any more than what they had. There's just a cleanup. Thad McClammy carried this in 2020, like I say, and it's just a cleanup bill. They came to me and said, hey, we got to clean this up because it says income tax,
Okay.
and it doesn't say lodging. There's
Okay.
no boogers in it, no hidden agenda, no nothing.
Okay. So the county commission is in favor of.
The county commission cannot collect any money unless they put lodging in there.
Right, but I'm saying that
They're supportive of it, yes.
So, so the county commission is supportive. So is the city in supportive of?
The city has already surrendered all theirs. They did a resolution, and it spelled out revenue, and it spelled out income tax, and it spelled out lodging tax. So everybody's on board. But
So-
this one didn't match.
So this is non-controversial.
Non-controversial.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Nothing in it.
It's definitely. It's not many things that happen in this body that I feel like I have no clue about. But
I
this
wouldn't
was
do that
one when
to
I
you.
was sitting there reading it. It was
Right.
just like, Well, I guess I'm gonna have to make sure I stay awake until we get to close to the end of the agenda. 'Cause I
Well,
got a lot
Doug
of questions.
Singleton is the chairman of the county commission, and he knows it, and
Sir.
he supports it. So it's
Okay.
the county needs this if they're going to put lodging on any of them and throughout the state, to be able to collect that revenue to stay afloat.
So will this help with the economic development around the water park?
Well, I don't know about economic development, but it's going to help with the
I know we mentioned
development
like
authorities for
possibility
like
of hotels
tourism and stuff.
the possibility of hotels will bring restaurants and.
I think so. Yeah. I don't know.
So the water park is actually in the county and not in the city.
Well, every part of that is in the county. You know, the city just happens to be in the county. But no,
but
they're
you
the
know what
one
I'm
that
saying, like,
birthed it.
as far as
The city didn't want it, so the county said, we will do it if you don't want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it belongs to the county.
All right, that's cool. I saw some commercials about it in Mobile.
Yes.
Over the weekend. So
I think it's going to be, you know, it's going to be good for the Air Force Base. It's going to be, and that's the way most of these were born. These development authorities were born around Air Force bases to keep them entertained, and that's what it's about, you know, to keep tourism here.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you taking the time to
Yes, sir.
have a conversation. I just wanted some clarity on it. Hopefully we got it all cleared up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That's question for final passage. It's HB 407. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Oh, I know.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 407 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 323 by Representative Gibbons relating to motor vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's no questions, I move for the BIR.
That's question adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Givens.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the bill to be passed.
That is question's final pass of HB 323. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 87 ayes, 4 nays. HB 323 has passed.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 144 by Representative Robbins relating to mechanics lien.
Representative Robbins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill would allow an airplane mechanic that does work on a plane in the state of Alabama to file a lien with the FAA so they would be able to collect any monies they spent working on that airplane. And so before it's sold, the lien had to be paid off. So with that, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I'm just trying to get the clarity. So you're saying this would be, if someone worked on an aircraft, would it be a lien for payment, lien for what?
It'd be a lien for
A
payment. So
judgment.
it'd be just like you can file a mechanic's lien now.
Yeah, okay, that's what-
Or a
so-
contractor's lien. Well, an airplane is transitory, so it could move. So you could do the work on the airplane in Alabama. The mechanic could. Then they fly the airplane to Texas, and so it's a way to collect that. And about 25 states already do this, where you file it with the FAA. So now that's on the registry with the airplane. It's kind of like, because there's
Okay.
no probate, there's no courthouse.
Okay, I
where you
got
file
you.
it.
Okay.
So you'd use the FAA.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Robbins.
With that, I move for final passage.
That is question's final pass of HB 144. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
I don't know.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 144 has passed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, body.
Mr. Clerk, let's go back to those local bills, please.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 392 by Representative Pettis relating to Lauderdale County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 74 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 392. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 20 ayes, 0 nays. HB 392 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 399 by Representative Estes relating to Lamar County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Mr. Speaker, excuse me, I have a floor amendment to that.
We got to get the BIR first.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 62 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Estes.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I have provided a copy of the amendment to the clerk earlier today and also the chief. What this bill does is a local bill for Lamar County to increase the number of potential bidders by participating in online auctions. And we're having to bring an amendment for something I did not catch earlier, that it restores the traditional publication requirements for 4 weeks in the publication of the local newspaper. It was accidentally dropped to 2, and the amendment simply changes that one word from 2 back to 4.
Okay. You heard the explanation of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays. Amendment has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 399 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 17 ayes, 0 nays. HB 399 has passed amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 428 by Representative Lee relating to Houston County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 59 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 428. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 13 ayes, 0 nays. HB 428 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 432 by Representative Wood R relating to Talladega County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 52 ayes, 1 nay. The BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 432. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 14 ayes, 1 nay. HB 432 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 433 by Representative Wood R relating to Talladega County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Wood, I understand we have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do. Inadvertently, the county commission with the Talladega County didn't pay the sheriff's department funding like they were supposed to on this sales and use tax. So this bill goes back and fixes all that.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 26 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 433 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 433 has passed as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 434 by Representative Wood R relating to Talladega County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 434. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 14 ayes, 0 nays. HB 434 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 463 by Representative Smith relating to Chilton County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 52 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question's final passage of HB 463. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 463 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 468 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. I'm showing an amendment on this bill. Okay. Question for the body's final passage of HB 468. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 6 ayes, 0 nays. HB 468 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 488 by Representative Wood D relating to Chambers County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Woods, I hear we got an amendment on this one.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill pertains to the town of Casita, and Casita was misspelled in the bill. It's technical to correct the spelling.
Okay, you heard the lady's explanation. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. How did we spell that? No, I'm just kidding. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 32 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 488. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 488 has passed as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 499 by Representative Yarborough relating to Lawrence County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 499. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 9 ayes, 0 nays. HB 499 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 500 by Representative Yarborough relating to Lawrence County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 45 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question final passage of HB 500. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 8 ayes, 0 nays. HB 500 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, House Bill number 502 by Representative Baker relating to Escambia County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 42 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 502. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 502 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 65 by Senator Livingston relating to the town of Paint Rock.
Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question House final passage of SB 65. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 14 ayes, 0 nays. SB 65 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 219 by Senator Price relating to Clay County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 49 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question House final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 11 ayes, 0 nays. SB 219 is passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 220 by Senator Price relating to Clay County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 43 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question House final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 6 ayes, 0 nays. SB 220 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 235 by Senator Jones relating to Etowah County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Final passage is a question. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 8 ayes, 0 nays. SB 235 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 238 by Senator Carnley relating to the town of Kinston.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now final passage of SB 238. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. SB 238 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 239 by Senator Carnley relating to Coffee County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Question House final passage of SB 239. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 14 ayes, 0 nays. SB 239 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 240 by Senator Carnley relating to Coffee County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question House final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 14 ayes, 0 nays. SB 240 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 261 by Senator Weaver relating to Bibb County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 261. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 8 ayes, 0 nays. SB 261 has passed. Let me say, before we leave here today, let me just say to each one of the members, what a yeoman's day today has been. If you think about the passage of what's going on in today's chamber by passing vet bills, veterans bills, teachers bills, helping rural hospitals, pharmacists, and expecting mothers and educators, teachers. I mean, what a strong day for our state. And I commend each and every one of you for the work that you've done today. Great job. Mr. Pro Tem, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, having agreed to meet previously tomorrow at 4 p.m., I move the House stand in adjournment.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.